Hey, hey, yo. What's going on, my big bean sauces? We're back at it again with some more motherfucking, The Great Ace Attorney. Sorry I'm a little late on, the trial. Sorry I'm late for stream. I was waiting for my mother to come home so I could help her, with, food. So I got me some food in here. So this is gonna be an eating stream. It's gonna be an eating stream. So you can blame her. You can blame her for everything. So yeah. So if I remember correctly, if I remember correctly, we're trying to help a fellow Nipponese, who says that he didn't he didn't stab someone. People are saying that he's the one who stabbed him. He did it. He's the one who did it, and we're saying no. Isn't that crazy? So now we're headed to trial. Which is even crazier. Alright. We're doing this for real. Well, I never expected this. Who'd have thought we'd be back here again so soon? We are on study tour of Great Britain, with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may as well have been his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. Well, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning! Oh. Ah, Mr. Natsumi. Good morning. Oh dear. Are you alright? Your eyes look terribly bloodshot. Early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early. But I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally? Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsumi. I wish I had 9 lives! My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble! Really? Because I can feel tremors on the floor. I can't do this! I can't take it! Although, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Miss Sato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. So that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me! It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Van Sykes? Is that right, Mr. Sato? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning. Yes. Lord Van Sykes is on the front page of every one. I knew it. Okay, hold on. Let me check something real quick. Alright, cool. I gotta get paranoid for this kind of shit. Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? Hold on, I'm eating. A trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zyke's return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilded. What a harrowing experience it was. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. We wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon, and for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking. They're all speculating various answers. But it's not a murder. The bitch is still alive. She's just in a coma. Mundane? Mundane? It's the most significant saga of the century to some of us. Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that's how the paper are describing it. Well, lest we forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. But there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. It's you. Me. Well, I suppose that's true. Both times, it's you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It could only mean that you're friends with the Reaper! Please, don't rub shoulders with... I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. I'm afraid there's really only one other explanation. It could only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Thanks for that. Ah, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? Why, the least lucky lawyer alive! Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student, new to London, with little in the way of experience or skills, or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Can you just say Mr. Naruhodo? Stop adding these fucking acronyms. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side. Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant, Miss Mikotoba Esquire. I am in your debt forever! I shall not... Oh, Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court is in session. The court in session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Okay. Alright then, Mr. Natsume. It's time. Let's go. Hold on, let me take a big bite. Yummers. Yes! Well, at least he's battle ready. This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom, and my second trial is against a Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I believe in my client to the last, just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight.
In her name, Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare...
Oh, good lord, I'm spitting everywhere. Hold on, let me finish this burger. Oh, that's good. Alright.
I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. The Nipponese are truly fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. And you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try and help the accused. I suppose typical Nipponese arrogance. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Sato-san. After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Very true. And the most fascinating of dark trial it was too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted, and his unfortunate violent end. Alright, you don't need to be a dick about it.
Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine federal. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties in court, here in court as impartial members of the public?
You never know when you might be down in your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone.
I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear.
Oh, well, not me. When you see... What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. Oh, good lord. Why? Good. Random my ass. I recognize, like, half the people here.
And it's fair to say that it is quite possible that Moustache from an
Hey, come on, what are you waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway.
Sorry. Didn't quite know that. Very well. Let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zykes.
Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with the rising power from the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, the student is accused of a most sinister act. Hold on a minute. Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime? I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are.
Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese.
Damn. Damn. What is with these British fucks and being so fucking racist? Now, come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Sorry, didn't quite catch that.
Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hollow chalice here in the great chamber. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand.
Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please.
Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? Damn. She looked a lot different than I thought she would. The victim is sought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green.
I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be?
Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. But that was 3 days ago, and she's been comatose ever since. What? So we don't even know who she is for sure? Well, you know, that's Ace Attorney for you. We're not even sure who this bitch is, but we're trying him anyways.
Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger.
Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide, thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. Here, let me look at the... Okay. I don't have very much evidence. Fuck. Shit. Which means we're gonna have to be dealing with whatever evidence they give. All right, hold on. This is the last. This is like the last piece of my sandwich. So give me a sec. Oh, it's so drippy. Ew, brother. Ew. It's good though. Alright. Oh, that's good. That's some good shit. Alright. I'm gonna drink a little water. A little bit of olive oil. Alright, we're good. It had not been long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street.
Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please.
Well, you know what that means. I gotta look in it. Let's share. Young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. Victim, olive green, female, stout build, early 20s. Location, pavement of Briar East Side. Reporting officer, Rolly Bate. Additional notes. The victim remains unconscious. Good grief. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from the single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. So, I'm a little confused. How the fuck does that work? How do you get knocked out from getting stabbed in the back? And not only that, you remain comatose for like 3 fucking days. How the hell did that work? Maybe it was from the fall, but I mean, I'm not entirely sure on that one either. And what of the weapon that was used? Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch, that's a big thing. That big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody could have been able to stab at that poor woman. Given the scragged looking sussy-san.
A common or garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume?
Oh, let me look at the knife. It looks like a switchblade? You know, for something that was dug in the victim's blade, it looks pretty, or back, it looks pretty fucking clean, I gotta say. Okay. Anything in a place. What the fuck? Is the tip, wait, hold on. Is the tip of the blade missing? Oh, yep, it sure is. Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo. Just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing. You're right. Well spotted, Mrs. Sato. I wonder what could have happened to it. Yes. You don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you? Oh dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful.
And it does.
Huh. So I guess that's the only thing we could find is just the fact that the tip of the blade is missing. Okay.
From what we can tell by looking at the victim's positions, it would seem that she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment towards the victim? I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between them, him and the victim. Yes!
If theft and grievance had been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, and a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way!
Objection!
Oh. What? Pray, forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. But your words have soured its hollowed bouquet. I don't know if that's how you say it. Pray, forgive me for accidentally throwing this dagger into that gentleman's shoulder. But I was a little upset by your words. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary, whatever, this fucking word, came to arrest the Nipponi student.
Yes, sir.
We thought it was fun.
As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred. There was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. That being a number of old books he had just bought. He was on his way home from the bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest them. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here.
Hold on, I gotta get like a toothpick, 'cause I'm using it. There we go. Alright, now dump it in there. Yeah!
Yes, my lord, I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime, immediately taken after the incident.
Honk Shua?
Ah, yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring to. I will take that photographic print as evidence. Please, Inspector.
You Nipponese are spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat, denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well, forgive me, Lord Van Sykes, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it. What are you doing, Mrs. Sato?
Do go on. Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part of in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that you mention it. When we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what happened. As I was walking that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman, wearing a green overcoat she was, and I just went to overtake her. She suddenly let out a scream and collapsed in the cold. Hard slabs stone on my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there, so I ran as my fast leg could carry me back to my accursed lodging. A green overcoat? Well, that's exactly what the woman in the print is wearing. A photographic print is your color. What would the world come up with next? The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time. Just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there is nobody else who could have possibly stabbed the woman. In fact, the accused concedes. So these are like the supposed books that the guy dropped, right? I guess we can look and see what 2 shillings tendered receipt of the picture of Monsieur. Okay, yeah, no, that's exactly 3. Yeah, that looks about right. She dead though. She dead as fuck. Yeah. It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. I don't think that's correct, because I think didn't one of them say before that visibility was not so good? Of course, there's no fucking evidence for that, so... Hold it! Are you able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend, because that is what the witnesses to this crime have told us. Ah, yes, Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard. That's correct, ma'am. Then we must hear their testimony. The prosecution will, of course, call them to the stand, should it be necessary. But wait a moment. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog must have been, no one could have seen. I'm unaware of the situation of your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas street lights. Ah. The prosecution believes that there has been ample light by which to witness the crime. Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered darkness. Which means we really need to hear the witness's statement. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to. It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue your testimony, Prince Brusquerer. Those were words. Look up something. $1696. Huh. So then this takes place in like the 1700s then. Okay, so this takes place, like, in the 1800s. The reason why I looked this up is that I'm pretty sure... Wasn't electricity invented by this time? Did they not have light bulbs? Why do they need gas fucking... lamps? I don't know, maybe I'm the dumb one. Hold it! From behind, you say? That's correct. As you can see from this print. Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in critical condition, comatose no less. I'm afraid so, my lord. Yes, she's been treated at Bart's. She's being treated at Bart's. I was hopeful that she'd come around before the trial started so I could take a statement, but she isn't. But she's sleepy bitch. Indeed, yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of the event. Luck is on your client's side, it seems. Is it? Either way, she would have. Either way, this guy would have been fucking in prison for this shit. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid. Hold it! Mr. Natsume's belongings. I think you'll find all there is in the photographic print at the scene of the crime. Yes, there are 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books, they were. Irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course. The accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand, which means, in his other hand, could have been free to wield a knife, for example. It's very clever, isn't it? What do you mean? He made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with the book.
He managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there. Okay. So if that's the case, why did he drop the books and run off without them? What was the master plan there, Squidward? If you could hold them all in one hand, then why the fuck did he drop them to begin with and run off without them when they could easily be traced to him? That sounds stupid, dumb stupid.
You mean to say the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord, yes. Hold it!
The defendant apparently visits a secondhand bookshop on a daily basis.
Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature.
I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention.
The bloke's room is stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books.
Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector?
Well, if I must, I have to sit. I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. The closest second-hand bookshop into the accused lodgings is this place here, Bourbon Books. A little place on the corner of Briar Road.
Wait, that's not where he got his books, though. He got it from your books, not Briar Books. That's... yeah, not Bourbon Books.
A little place on the corner of Briar Road and the Merchant's Streets. As it happens, the accused is living in lodgings on the other side of the road, which means it didn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home.
You're wrong! You're wrong! He didn't go there!
Something like this.
Wait! What? Mr. Natsume, so it says right here, your books, right? That's where he got the books from. But apparently the bookstore they think he went to was, Bourbon Books. But that's not where he got his books, though, which means that it is possible that that's... It could be her books, is what I'm saying. It could be her books. Well, actually, no, because didn't he say... Didn't, fucking Natsumi or whatever his dumbass name is? Didn't he say that he dropped his books? I'm so fucking confused.
I concur with your conclusion. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home to that pursuit.
Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. Yes, I agree. Most important point. Bookshop's name? Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor?
What?
Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance.
Maybe.
Oh, well, you know, I mean, yes, it could be a very important clue.
Very well, not that I can see it being of any great significance, but please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say.
Would the man be any more sardonic? What the fuck is sardonic? That's not a real word. Sardonic? Satan? Mocking or cynical? Why do these old people have to use old people words?
Sardonic.
Sardonic. He's using this old person language. But he's never gonna use that word again, isn't he?
He was on his way from Bourbon Books, a second-hand bookshop that was apparently patronized.
You're wrong! If I could just stop right there, Inspector Gregson.
What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know.
Hey, you're busy getting cross-examined, fucking dumb piece of shit. This is the receipt we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident, and the details of purchase of 3 books, second-hand book.
And you found that in the accuser's rooms, did you?
Yes, but the point is not that the receipt was where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. The receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books? Y-O-U-Y-O-R-E, I presume. I fucking almost spelled it correctly. Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at the second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Baby Books! Hold on, let me look at the map real quick. Okay, they're all scribbled. Eh? What? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir! Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that, well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accuser would have known about it. But in fact, it is the bookshop which the defendant visited in question. This is the receipt that proves it. Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street map here, if that might be of help. Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this, if you please. The defendant would have been returning from... If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would have certainly passed the place where Miss Green had been attacked. However, if we take into the account that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Would that be true? My. It rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare that it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely. It absolutely could. You're right. Okay, so the deal is, I don't know where so, the thing about this argument, before I decide to go on and do that shit, the thing about this argument is that it falls flat on his ass if, you know, if it turns out that it was like, I don't know, like right here. Or like something within the exact same like time frame. Of course, if that were the case, then he wouldn't have been able to stab her in the back because, you know, she would have been in front of him. Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. It turns out that Your Books is right. Ooh, that's a lot farther than I thought it would be. What the fuck? That is significantly farther. So I don't even know. What would even be the quickest route? I think he would have to go like this way. Still, right? Other than that, he could just go like this way. And it could be like that's about like as far.
I don't know if that makes a fucking difference or not. Depending on which way he goes. And there you have it. As you can clearly see now. Oh. With the full of oil. My learned Nepalese friend is obviously in training to be a clown. The way he regales us with such witticism. To your future career in the circus. You put that glass down, or I'll put it down for you. I didn't think I need to spell it out, but here we are. Here we go. If the accused was coming home from your books instead of bourbon books, there's no doubt he would have still had to pass the place the victim was stabbed. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Allow me to reiterate from my learned friend, if somewhat slow, Nepalese friend. Ow. Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Yarr!
As I suspected, you came for me, and I don't see this in try.
What did I say, eh? I've had enough of this now.
Oh, beg your pardon. Would you mind repeating that?
Why are they bringing in a fucking homeless man? Like, what the fuck? Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up. What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertions is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. Ah, she's absolutely right. We must think. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution's very claim Sasuke must have passed the location. Again, so... I mean, it's possible that... It's possible he could have just gone, like, through Calabash Road instead of through Mearsham Street. So he could have gone this way and then this way rather than this way and then this way. Of course, that's just speculation, and I don't know what the fuck like grounds that even means, since you know I'm kind of like spitting out of my ass, but. Yeah. Huh. I guess I'll save. I honestly don't know what the fuck I could do here, but you know what? We'll cook. Raise an objection. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You could see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked. Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that That route is what's commonly referred to as the long way around. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take the longer route home? Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and the obvious perpetrator of this crime. But, aha, yes, I've got it! Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. That's right. Well, as I said, the bloke seems to have spent his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. I don't believe this! Thank you, my learned friend. And suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around the subject. Pray, what say you, insightful jurors? But even that is the case, the defense still... I agree with old Van Zykes, wholeheartedly and in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean? We members of the jury are completely convinced now. Well, how? What? You haven't even gotten the witnesses yet! Very well, in that case, I hereby call upon all the members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty!
Okay.
Guilty. 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 Guilty.
Guilty.
What? What the fuck? We haven't even presented the whole fucking case yet, and they're already... Good grief. What is the point of this? It would appear the jury is leaning its adamant. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably. Okay, you know what? Fuck you. Leave it. Very well, the defense has no rebuttal here. Mr. Naruhodo, as I said before, we can't give up here. We must fight back. I realize that, but sometimes the best way to fight is to do nothing. Alright, what am I talking about?
Objection!
Hold it!
Wait. What? Wait, what the fuck was the point of that? What? Oh great, didn't I just waste my time?
Objection!
Objection! Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Nice to know this shit was rigged. Mr. Naruhodo. No, not yet. So I have one chance to sway a thing into the jury. I have to tip the balance of the scales. I have to turn this around. Somehow. Also the eyes of Quarry, not yet willing to give up and die. Quarry. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. The rights of the defense written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a submersion if so chooses. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with the summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his uncle's refusal to throw in his alley. Very well then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Is this just going to be a consistent thing with every trial? Is that all of them are just going to immediately find them guilty, and then I have to show them how fucking stupid they are? For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he?
If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it could only have been the victim.
A man wouldn't have gone around the houses in his own way. What the fuck? The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. Not in winter.
So the poor woman was attacked from behind when she helped Richard.
That's not a I really don't care. Can we wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing.
Your books, yes. Nice job, that. But bourbon books? No, not worth a visit.
What the fuck? What? What? What kind of dumb shit was that? They didn't even give reasons. They were just stating things.
With only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear.
When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink into the ground before his eyes.
Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled from the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already.
Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Still haven't even showed the witnesses yet, but no, let's convict him already, but with like barely anything. Oh, this game is killing me. I'm going to stab myself with a toothpick. Ah! Ah! Get out! Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Why did he have to run away like that? And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? You don't know that? Because nobody was there. There were no other witnesses. Fucking hate this game. This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Naruhodo, there's no time to be grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue... Yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. I also like how one-handed some of this shit is. Never believe the defendant unless he says that unless he says something that incriminates him, that he admits. You know? Like, I was walking down this alley.
I walked down this alley and I saw the woman collapse and died in front of me, but I didn't stab her.
Oh, he admitted that he walked the alley, therefore he stabbed her. We have no choice but to forge forward.
You have the floor, Council. Begin your summation examination.
I just need to keep the trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke, you can do this. Defense rebuttal. Okay. Half of them don't. Okay, so I think it's these two that are fine. Maybe him. He doesn't even say anything. He doesn't say anything. And he doesn't say anything.
Hold it!
A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Hey, don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line here, too. And so is my family's. The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat. And neither do the wife and kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. That's a hard slog from dawn till dusk it is. So, you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just around the corner from where it happened. By that old bookshop it was. What? Another coincidence. That's right. Mirchape. Oh! Mirchape Road! Hold up! That's literally what the fuck? It's this road! So if he was digging up this road, that means he'd have to go this way. Meerschaum Street. On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there are only 3 names listed named streets. Jerf number 5. I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please! And what's the point? What's the point in that? Can't we just get this business over with? Please, sir, it's important. Fine, I'll do it then. On the day it happened, I was digging the marine. Fuck you! Those two statements are clearly at odds with one another!
At odds, Council. Explain yourself.
Please don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3. Oh, Misa? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words are now extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map at the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited the bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. And on the same day, we now know there were works being carried out on Meerschaum Street, making it impassable, which means that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Meerschaum Street and down Briar Road. Oh, yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you?
We must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So, the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yeah, I suppose he could have. He must have. I suppose that must be right, eh?
Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his own way back from the bookshop. But we see now that he had no choice! Yes! Okay, stop pointing at me. My lord, Mr. Judge, say, if I may.
Yes?
I don't think I'm in all good conscience that I could say the man's guilty now. But you could before, with like barely anything to go on. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we could get to the bottom of what really happened. What about you, Soy? Who, me? Well, alright then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in, that's what I say. Oy.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful.
Well, we managed to change a couple of minds at least. It strengthened our position somewhat.
Yes. It'll prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider the stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if the current leanings are really right or not. Now, if only we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy.
Whatever, we'll find it.
Thank you, counsel.
Hold it!
Sorry, folded, you say? Fold what?
No, what I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask, do you visit your books often?
I like old books. The old books they have there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're talking about.
And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question?
Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon. And it would have been just before 5 after I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're talking about.
Just before 5, you said. Exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time?
Oh yes, there's no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry. Not after that dreadful time I had.
What do you mean?
Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and dunked my head.
So they took the same road.
It always was after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up.
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road?
That's right. I live on Cornpine, you see. Heading down on Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books.
Way to dox yourself. Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant.
Sorry? Extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright now.
Oh, you know what? Oh! It could have been the old man! Oh, that's kind of funny, actually.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reason!
Hey, Flo. What are you talking about, counsel?
Well, juror number 2, juror number 6.
Why, whatever do you mean, sir?
Oh yeah, see, he's wearing a green, too.
Perhaps the old man didn't hear you.
Unbelievable. Not like I was loud or anything.
There is at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt was found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of second-hand titles. He then returned home on foot.
The man says he has no recollection of his return journey.
That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes.
Yes, we are well aware of this. The poor young woman was stabbed, obviously.
Objection!
But can we really be sure of that, madame?
Hey, whatever do you mean?
I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets of the neighborhood.
Oh my.
My goodness, you mean... That's right. I'm referring to, of course, the hard of hearing juror number 6.
Oh, are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman over on the bench, on the end of the bench here with me today?
That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man, his son, has a somewhat similar build as the victim. Well, would you look at that?
My goodness me.
Oh, sorry, you need a pee?
And crucially, he needed to crucially pee, and we know precisely where the old man on the street overcoat fell.
On Karabash Road.
Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, that means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road, where the woman was stabbed, was not on his way home!
Oh my!
You idiot old man! If you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming about there, would have boxed this out off hours ago.
Really? What were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat?
What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days, Is it a crime to slip over the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat? Is it?
Hold it.
My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but...
You would like to change your leanings, I presume.
I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty.
Thank you.
And I would too!
What?
Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Well... Fuck you. Well, the summation examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The ayes, 2, noes, 4. So the noses have it. Not guilty. Not guilty, they say. Which means we have no longer the consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
Drink alcohol. Now throw this shit. Never mind, I'm going to crush it. Would it seem churlish of me to drink from my hollow chalice moment? Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hollow chalice moments after raising an objection? Only to crush it in disgust? Pray, forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zyke? It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer.
What have you done? I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth.
Indeed, stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claimed. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement that was excavated.
That's right. Took me a whole day and they paid me a measly tuppence for it.
Now, my Lord Nippode's friend, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance of that 2 yards represents?
Well, if I'm honest, I haven't a clue now.
2 yards is a little less than 2 meters.
Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all.
In other words, distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not have... Hold on, what do you say? In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend?
Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no. What?
And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your work?
I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had the hope of passing away. Would have had a hope of passing anyway. We had to... And we just told any gentlefolk back to where they come. Kids just jump right over us all the time.
The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, he could just spring over a 2-yard dredge. In his
Whatever.
Is it true? Is it? In the incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to the lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Prior Road. Crushed in a single sentence. And old man.
Coleman, you can talk?
You say that at around 5 o'clock in the day of question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time? It was foggy and he's old.
Oh, I can't say that as I remember.
You don't remember? Wow. It's amazing that he remembers what specific time. Well, I don't know. Maybe. Whatever.
He slipped on ice and banged his head. Why the fuck would he remember that?
How about the wager, my learned friend? You say it was the old man that saw the accused. This old man that's the accused saw. But I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it.
Yeah.
Order, order! Lord Van Zykes, explain yourself.
My lord.
You had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve. Why in the world did you not pre-offer it during the summation examination?
I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so easily swayed. Ugh. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I think. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord? The prosecution requests permission to call its next witness to the stand.
Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses.
Its next witnesses?
Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to this incident.
Yes, I remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less.
I'm afraid it's likely to be the prosecution's next witness.
Hold on, I need to get some water. I'm fucking dying.
Some fresh water.
Bailiff, bring the fucking piece of shit out so we can continue this trial.
I love how the examination.
Damn, boy. Damn, boy, he's thick. Boy, that's a thick ass boy. Damn.
I just brought water. Why are you calling me thick? Well,
I mean, it depends on where you're talking about. If you're talking about like my hips, dude, or no, my hips, my thighs, they're pretty big. Anyways. Alright, no matter who Van Zykes brings to the stand as his witness, and no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent. And I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over. Quite the colorful pair we have here. Witnesses, please state your names and occupation for the court. Send 5 pigs? No, you're a bitch. You don't get my 5 pigs. Okay, so, is he chewing on like the little string that keeps his hat up? Also, his hat is fucked up. Why does his helmet have bandages on it? And then she's got interesting eyes. I'm calling your fucking mother. She goes, she's got those what's that one idol anime where like the girl has like kids or some shit? I don't fucking know. It's the one that Mixie and the others were gooning for. She's got them eyes. Constable Royal Beats. Sir! Nothing to report on the street, sir. Dragon Ball Z. Well, first of all, he's not gooning for that. Well, I mean, maybe now he is. I was talking about before. And also, I said it was an idol anime where a girl has kids. And your only response was Dragon. You're dumb as shit. I'm gonna fucking ban you from Fortnite. Constable Rolly Beach, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir. This guy is.
And I'm Miss Beat. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say that I'm Youngtown's hero's wife.
Yeah, he's quite the hero. He's gooning all day for it. He's been watching Dragon Ball Super. Which here's a hot take from me. That shit's fucking dog shit. Dragon Ball Super dookie ass. That's right. I said it. We all said it. Well, yeah. What's the story here?
Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day.
I'm banning you. Okay, bitch. No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard of that before, actually. Indeed, apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding schools and pubs, collect taxes, survey streets, check that meters are reading true. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights. There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet. I'd have collapsed a long time ago.
That's what I'm saying, bro. But it goes without saying that the policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honor. Sure is. And a man of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction. And they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beats?
That's right, sir. Sir? Isn't it, Rolly?
Archibald Rully Beats, sir. Nothing to report on the streets, sir. What a great witness he's gonna be.
Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident.
Yes, sir. Honk sure. Do we get like a zoom in on like who these people are? Is it just me, or are their eyes kind of... well, maybe not. Huh. Never mind.
It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog and on the pavement in front of us.
Why are your eyes like that? It's freaking me out. Dude, your eyes are wigging me out, dude. You need to stop that.
All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. And then the other one scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then we went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man on the dock. Ollie and I saw them both clear as day.
Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say.
Oh dear. This policeman and his wife are claiming they to both have positively identified Mr. Natsume in the crime. If their testimonies are true, then the altercation course of the events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed. Gotta read. It's death knell, in fact. Because that alternative was never viable in the first place.
What an unfortunate chance. And on your wedding anniversary, too.
Oh, I know. But I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that.
Gosh, the life of London's Bobby sounds very hard indeed. Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without a doubt the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Except that the man's so tired his wife has to do all the talking.
Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense, commence the cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord.
Well, you know what that means. I gotta save the game.
Hold it!
Hold it!
Two silhouettes.
That's right. They were coming towards us. Walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. There was a rather plump figure, followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man.
That does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in this print. And like Mr. Natsumi. Go to bot channel and tell him Mix that Albaz card he married as a child. What? Talk about Ice Jade. You're right, though. That is, in fact, a child. That is a straight-up child. Damn. I'm sure she's. No. It's okay. She may look like a child, but I'm sure deep down she's like 1,000 years old. All right. I'm sure that's 100% the case. Yes, unfortunately, it does. And you're certain that at the time there was nobody else in nearby?
Oh, yes, quite certain. It was dark.
Fucking forgot the accent.
Oh, yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are street lights on Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? Wake the fuck up.
Whoa, yeah, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground. But Briar Road is dead straight, as you can see. You can see a fairly long road on the pavement. And then there was the street lights. I didn't see any. Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer, please, Mr. B. Are you quite sure what you just said? Yes, sir. As a copper who spends all day, every day, keeping watch on the streets, I swear to it, sir. I must, sir, as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, that's adorable. He told me Dark Magician Girl is 16. He deserves it. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't fucking know how old Dark Magician Girl is. It's a first of all, it's a monster. Whoa! 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 Okay. There's no official age for a Dark Magician Girl, but she's typically portrayed as being around 13 or 14. That big, what the fuck? Okay. That's a pretty big difference. You're not gooning for Dark Magician Girl, are you? Although honestly though, considering how fucking skimpy her outfit is, like all the time, side goons for her. Well, side goons for literally everything that moves, so it's okay. That doesn't mean anything. Everybody knows I I goon for the fucking I forgot what her name is. It's the hold on. Let me look this up. There it is, yeah. Aqua actress Arowana. That's the one I goon for. Hey, you know how it is, bro. You know how it is. If you look it up, you know what I'm talking about, bro. Fucking Arowana. Which is actually weirdly close to marijuana, so I'm just gonna laugh at that. Alright, sorry, we're going back to the game.
Oh, Pat. Oh, Roddy.
Aww. They're still maintaining that there's no one else around the victim in the attack. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened. When you said actress, I could only think of fish. She is a fish. Yeah, it is the big fish. Are you telling you wouldn't tap that? Would you not want to tap that though? Like actually. Like, come on now. We'll be for real. No? Oh, well. Well, whatever. Well, they didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly.
Thank you. I believe we have a reasonable, clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed?
All yours? Oh, thank you.
Hold it!
Scattered something. What do you mean by that?
Oh, well, I couldn't quite make it out at the time. But then when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling?
Yeah. What? Ah, yes, that's right. It was some old books.
I see, old books.
Yes, sir. The culprit had dropped a number of them all around the victim that lay on the pavement.
Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print.
That rotten Japanese man. That rotten Japanese man did that when he did.
Hold it!
That's
not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. We saw him. It was the man in the dark without question, sir. The mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, tout mouth, stubbed nose, everything. He does have, like, cat eyes. It's kind of weird. Any more insults you want to throw in there?
That's right. He looked down at that poor defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes. And then suddenly threw his books into the pavement and ran.
I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind the court that this ambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please, continue.
Yes, sir.
Hold it!
What is it your husband who went to fetch help?
No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am a proud wife of one, after all. Isn't that right, my darling?
What? Ah, yes, that's right. I asked Miss Beats to go. I was off duty at that point. But a Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene.
Very laudable, Mr. Pete. Preserving the scene of the crime is a task of considerable importance.
That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on the crime's location, you see. As to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way the police box for the beat. And the incident fell so she could go and report it.
I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know.
And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens.
Oh, please, you're making us blush, isn't he, darling?
Yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir. Oh, sure. Let's move on, shall we?
Hold it!
But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you?
We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know.
Right.
The light from the street lamps was more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he?
Yes, and what of the fog?
We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course.
Oh, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand of the end of your arm.
Alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about?
The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why I could tell you for sure and certain that it was the little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling?
What?
Ah, yes, it was the accused and no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the torch mouth, the sub nose. Unmistakable, sir.
far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Soseki-san that they saw running away from the scene of the crime. I'll find a contradiction somewhere. Yeah. Oh, good grief.
Hold it!
No time to change after work, you say. Are you also a member of the police, Miss B? Mrs. B? Mrs. B? Mrs. B?
Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young mans only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply.
Well, I think you could probably see why children and elderly can't do the job, can't you?
I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down to the ground, doesn't it, darling?
Why is his helmet so fucked up, though? I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy.
Oh no, Rolly, I much prefer you in the uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when you're just in plain clothes.
Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy.
Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you just finished your beat for the day, correct?
That's right, sir. Yes. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. The police is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. What's that now? My warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it, as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir! And for a noble cause, I'd cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble. Because I know that the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to feel safe and secure. So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. But sir, just on a particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up a lot being married to a bobby like me. I want to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly.
I want to kill them. Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold. With a little over the top, perhaps.
And then, could you perhaps arrange a drive whatever next?
Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something?
Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony, is that it? Is that right? It is. Well, out with it.
What? No. No, that's not it at all.
My husband's a policeman, I remember. And I know what I saw. Remember every last detail. Everything, like... Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the name of every single one I could. Everyone. And you dare question how reliable my testimony is?
That will do, Miss Pete.
No, it won't at all. That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of.
She's going a little crazy here.
Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that really would.
I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down.
Perhaps I would like an opportunity to supplement your testimony, Miss Beat. Might that appease you?
Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling? I'll tell you the names of all 4 books that he dropped on the sea.
Hold it!
Yes, we know that there are books. Dropped the. Wait, did she say 4? I just realized something. She just said 4. There's 3 though. Those purchased by the accused at the nearby second-hand bookstore. A day for Rolly. And what was your husband doing at the time?
Oh, he was lying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest. He works ever so hard, you know. Ever so hard, don't you, my darling?
Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime.
Well, Miss Beat, seeing as you've regaled the court, would you be so kind as to recount the titles of the books you used with it?
I'd be happy to. Now, are you all listening? There was the picture of Monsieur something or other, and what's it, Yearnings?
The picture of Monsieur Lecour, Canterbury Yearnings. Okay.
It was a meal for someone, and the last one definitely was Thingamagummy something.
Thingamagummy something, huh? A meal for Gabbro. I don't know what that last book was, though.
You see?
Yes, I see that there is 1 or 2 holes in your memory.
Oh well, they were along those lines, I'm quite sure.
There were indeed books found under the titles put along with it.
Well, didn't I tell you? Well, I'm gonna skip all this because I found the contradiction.
What the fuck? Where'd he get that gun? Terrifying. Yes, she really is. Okay, skip it. We already have the testimony. I figured it out. Ooh, you road. Objection! So, you're saying that there were 4 books?
That's right, I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur somebody, what's it, Yearnings? A meal for someone, and Thingummy something.
I'm sorry, Miss Beat. But there's a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours.
Oh no, what flaw?
Simply that, at the scene of the crime... 3 books, not 4! What? This is the receipt from the bookstore where the defendant bought his books.
Your books?
Yes, and it details Mr. Natsumi's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed.
Only 3? No, they can't be. I remember seeing them. There were 4 books, I tell you. 4 dirty old books.
Oh, really? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can see from this evidence as well, there are only 3 books!
But I don't believe it. I saw them there, I swear it, I saw them.
No, madame, I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken.
Oh no, no, no.
Objection!
Just show him. Ugh, good grief. Don't need to go to flare. It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nibbleknees friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these two witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. So you've striven to avert detention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? Ugh. You see right through me. But your plan is somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in that respect. Oh! You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found. But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books. Quite right, only 3 can be seen in that print. That print? You mean to say... Allow me to present another, one that shows the victim's hand. What the fuck? Why is a chunk of that book, like, gone? The Lion's Pride. Okay, first of all, if we look back, I don't think that's remotely what she had. The thingamagummy something. Okay, well, maybe not. Wait a minute! Hold on a second! The Lion's Pride? Wasn't that, hold on. If I remember correctly, it was this guy's favorite book, was it not? In fact, didn't he say something about... Oh, interesting. So if you recall last time, when we talked to this motherfucker, fucking old man Jenkins over here, when he had a kerfuffle with his wife, she accidentally set, like, the bookcase on fire, and I think he said something about one of his favorite books being lit on fire. Literally The Lion's Pride, which is this same exact book. Which is interesting. So I'm pretty sure that's his book because you can tell it's by the same name and also the fact that the pages are burnt. So, what the fuck? Believe it. It's the 4th book. As you will observe. The 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. Why did you not? So wait, hold on. Why did you take 2 photographs? Why'd you take 2 photographs instead of taking, like, the entire body and, like, to cover the whole thing?
Hey, you see, look at that, look.
Yes.
Just like I said, isn't it, my darling?
Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir. Let us study the receipt for the booking purchased by the accused in question that day. Beat them. The titles once again, if you please.
Yes, of course. The pictures of Monsieur somebody or other.
A picture of Monsieur Lecourt.
What's it, Yearnings?
Canterbury Yearnings.
for someone?
Dude, my throat is hurting. A meal for Gabotrol, in fact. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Miss Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional.
Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment.
Yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Patricia is flawless.
But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Miss Bate mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print.
I'm sorry, counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt?
It's not old at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book? I wonder, what became of that 4th book? Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence.
You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel.
My pleasure, my lord. And the book, yeah. The prosecution rests. I have nothing further to add. Oh, look at this. The book's been badly burned. You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state, especially not the latter pages. What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. A book recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? Let me see. The book's entitled The Lion's Pride. I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all. So it wouldn't be something I've heard. Wait a minute. The Lion's Pride? That's strange. I think I have heard that book name before, and very recently, too. I recognize the title. But it's a title I recognize, too, Mr. Naruhodo. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious longer route to the accused's lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I?
You see, everything we said is true. Isn't that right, my darling?
Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat.
You're already married though, so I don't know why you're asking her that. So, perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the court would like to reconsider their positions. Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? We have heard all of the witnesses, and seen all the evidence. This trial has run its course. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we're in a terrible, precarious position. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Ryunosuke. Think. What do you do now?
There's an objection.
Objection!
I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend, it's over. The last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There is no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... I can't think of what to say.
If I may, Lord Van Sykes, it seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point.
Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this.
Oh!
I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable.
Mr. Naruhodo?
One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance. So, the court will hear you, madame.
Go ahead, Mr. Sato, please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further?
Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished.
I see. And you believe that this new evidence worths for further examination, do you?
Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge has been is sure to ask the member of the jury to announce their learnings at this moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence thoroughly.
Yes, I understand, and thank you, Mr. Sato. This is it. Susato-sen has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let this go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, Lord.
Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers profound insight into the case.
Take that!
Take that! The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's
Objection!
hand. We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you know well.
Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution this time. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. So, I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. Do I identify what the clue is at once? Do I make myself clear?
Oh, yes, my lord. It's, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track. Yes, I think you might be right.
So, counsel, precisely where is this vital clue in this case the fourth book conceals?
Here. Happened recently.
Got it!
Got it! I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question.
The back? What do you Good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp.
So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my nipple-knees friend? Oh! Right, to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day, pray, do enlighten us. What truth does this uncharred book hide? There's one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but it's worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory.
Don't keep us waiting any longer, Counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage?
My lord, the burn on the back of the novel reveals a startling truth about the book's owner.
I beg your pardon?
But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers.
The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has not been answered yet, however. As to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has a very credible answers.
Good gracious, how can you possibly?
Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may very well burn you if your little gamble goes awry.
Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome. So tell the court, who do you claim it's this guy?
Take that!
The answer is that this book belongs to the couple who own a house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. The landlords? And whether it's some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know. But, of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garadeb herself.
Oh my goodness, me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garadeb's wife. I'm his maid.
Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the priest tense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book at Mr. Garadeb's house?
I would never presume to know all the books you keep, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say. You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirched her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable. This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house.
Good lord, what sort of incident, Counsel?
A firebomb.
Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bully thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride.
The Lion's Pride. By Jove! The very same title that's the subject of this very debate. Oh, dear me.
Objection!
This is risible. All you have told the court. What the fuck? Hold on. What is that word? Risible. Risible? Risible. Such as to provoke laughter.
Risible.
Risible. This is risible. All you have told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself from the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garrideb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garrideb even amid the flames.
Oh, how awful! I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love, can you, Rolly?
Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir. We're as lovey-dovey as it can be. Had my favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke. And the wife started hurling things at me. There I was, backed up against the window under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozen.
The man had his back against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious, are you suggesting that the book that was thrown in the window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
No. A thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident. There were no reports of the Garridebs' window being broken. That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garrideb household. But it's not conceivable that the window was open at the time, not even remotely. Let us not forget the reasoning, the season, and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoners would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter.
Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, counsel? Do you earnestly claim that the book found in the crime scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garrideb's wife?
I believe it's a possibility, my lord.
It's quite enough! Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are, you little foreigner trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward, a mean coward.
Really?
Claiming that our little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight, honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beauty case, beastly case, none of it. All you've done is sully our family's name.
No, I assure you, that's never my intention.
Fucking enough Chinese citizen game to the mud, simply to divert the attention from your falling defense. I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable.
Too right. Here we go. How long have we sat here now, listening to this Nipponi spouting out his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could have possibly been stabbed, the victim, is that little hunchback with the mustache. And you ran away from the scene too.
I do declare you're right.
It's true.
Yes, what What did I tell you?
Makes sense to me.
Sorry, what's that? Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zykes? In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then, one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage.
No, wait! The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been...
I'm sexy, baby.
If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own.
What? No, forgive the discourtesy this time?
Ahem, in that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
The fuck am I supposed to do here?
Thank you for that unambiguous response.
It's twice now, it's over. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up.
Mr. Sato?
Have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet.
You're not suggesting.
Of course, the defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. You can still convince the jurors to change their mind. You have one more chance. How many one more chances am I going to get? My lord, the defense asked to exercise its right to summation examination.
You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve.
I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined.
Dude, this game is killing me, dude.
I have considered the defense counsel's request for a further summation examination for the jury, and I have determined the court must uphold the defense's judicial rights to this procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman?
We are, my lord.
Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. Crime as fuck.
The accused had left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his.
If there was some noble alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider.
Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it?
Dear me, there was only one book, hardly less threatening, even with a direct hit.
Wait, what did you just say? Wait, what did you just fucking say? Look, I just want this to get over with. If I don't bring home to some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit myself. Trouble myself.
I'm not thinking it. We had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes. Yes, considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems.
Like 2 of them were.
With one notable exception, of course.
My learned student friend was unable to find the fault in the previous witness's testimony.
So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused that was fleeing from the scene. And moreover, boom. No one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat in set in stone. I fail to see how it could be argued any other way.
That means I'm afraid during this summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation.
Simply give us the name and method by which the attack was conducted.
And I was thinking it might be hard. Okay, skip it. Yes, we're gonna do it. Don't forget to keep an eye on how Mrs. Gerdeb, how she reacts. But what about the possibility that the window was open?
What about it? I mean, there's no way it could have been.
How can you be so sure?
A prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So no, that window wasn't open. Us Londoners still sitting by the fire.
But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you?
It just wasn't. They couldn't have opened it.
Then what's the point in even having windows?
Huh? Counsel, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering.
Oh, sorry.
Hold it!
But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not?
What sense of love have you known?
There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb.
Well, he brought upon himself. It's playing with fire to betray his fiery love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree?
Well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Mr. Gerdeb.
Never mind that. The point is, we were just having a jolly old dispute, nothing more.
She keeps smacking him for some reason. Right, well, we'll see about that. Doesn't seem to be turning a hair on Mr. Gerdeb's relentless onslaughts. It's almost as if he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is.
Hold it!
So, you might be willing to change your decision, you mean?
Oh my, such delight on your face, but I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I'm a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman.
That's great.
If one reads the morning's papers, it's all forgotten by daytime, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? You see, modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say?
What the fuck are you talking about? And not at all extreme.
As I can see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So, despite one or two minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, non-personal, and rational logic, wouldn't you say?
Overwhelming. So I'd be happy to consider our exciting new theory. Come up with one. Oh, good grief! Sheesh!
Hold it!
But as we now know, there were 4 books, not 3.
Well, what difference does it make?
There's every possibility this 4th book, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord.
Yes, that's the part I have trouble with.
Sorry?
Well, at the point of the woman being stabbed, the landlord fellow was at his home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife or something, you said?
That's not exactly how I put it now.
Well, anyway, point is, the fellow and his wife were somewhere else where it happened.
I think that's what you call a strong alibi.
So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the Nipponese fellow. Honestly, I can't see what the whole palaver is about. It's a done deal, isn't it?
I suppose.
Hold it!
You just want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? Man's future's at stake here.
Well, him and me both then, like I said.
What?
I told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home with the readiness, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning.
What?
You heard me. My missus isn't one you mess with. Mess about, you know. She can be fierce, believe you me.
Another shining example of marital bliss, then.
A situation like this cropped up the other day, and it was, you know, it's kind of funny, but I can't quite remember.
Sorry?
It was too frightening, that's the thing. I must have blocked it out.
Helpful. If Mr. Beat will ever be dragged into fame by a scarf. Don't even go there, Mr. Sato. There must be some way to jog his memory about this.
Hold it!
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case?
Harry, what was that? You have to speak up, lad.
Could you tell us more about that fire?
It was last winter, and my grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles at the top, it did. What a sight to behold it was.
You put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship?
Of course not, it was angel cake. To celebrate my birthday, obviously.
It seems that that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo. Devil worship.
Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow it out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but the candles went flying all over the room. The furniture caught, and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke.
Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. How'd you catch a cold from a fire?
What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water all over me and tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it.
The windows.
The biting winter rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave it did. I caught a terrible cold from it. It put me in the hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry.
I knew it was devil worship all along. Something about the old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. Oh! Wait. Can we do...
Actually, wait, hold on. Oh, he actually like kept it in there too. How quaint. Shit.
Objection!
Those jurors' statements clearly contradict one another.
They do? How exactly, counsel?
Don't point at me again. I told you it wasn't me.
Huh? What did you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up.
Juror number 3. Do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you see juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Oh! Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garadeb household. And Mr. Garadeb had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke.
Oh my.
Oh, my hat!
Excuse me!
Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Dude, she is downing that tea. Miss Garadeb!
Oh, dear me. What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am?
It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time you drop the pretense now.
What is it?
When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window?
What? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating?
The room would have been filled with thick smoke. It would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and the bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window.
And what if we did? Oh, all right then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window. Which can't have been easy, since I continue to give him a justly deserved book battering.
Even though your house is on fire?
Oh, you never stop throwing it to...
Oh! Oh no. Oh my gosh, my throat. I'm murdering my throat. Help. Ooh, ew. Of course, I should have realized. That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. We managed to establish the window was open. We simply must have that added to Mrs. Garadeb's formal statement.
Which ain't the window, wait a minute.
Hold it!
The 4th book, found at the scene of the crime, shows very obvious signs of fire damage. Gargle some milk and keep going. I'm lactose intolerant. I'll explode if I do. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. Oh. There, I gurgled some water. And that actually kind of helped a little. You know what, let me mute myself real quick, because I don't want you guys hearing me gargle. Alright, we're good. That actually helped a little bit.
Ugh.
The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garadeb told us he had been reading.
Well, I really couldn't say.
On the day in question, did you or did you not throw your husband the copy of Lion's Pride that he had been reading?
I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I heard you had answered. And now you come to mention it, yes. It was rather enjoying it, you're right.
Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset?
Because I couldn't, you infinite little man, I didn't remember. At times like that, you picked up and threw whatever you could lay your hands on, as well you know. As well you know.
I really don't.
I barely noticed I was throwing the book, much less the title of it.
Oh?
Excuse me.
Excuse me. What is it, juror number 5? You know something? I remember what it was. The memory I blocked out. Ah. It was listening to this granny was saying. Brought it all back, flooding back. Ow.
Who are you calling Granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garadeb, or the maid, I'll have you know.
Man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me he's not... That's not because he's used to being hit all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after work, like... I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. You haven't heard the last of it, boy. Oh? My wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get a word out, but I told her straight, I've lost the day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck to the wall next to me, it did. About an inch deep. Holy shit. No words, just terror. Your wife almost fucking killed you. What the fuck? I could smell it then, you know. That god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was gonna end face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it.
Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined.
No, I wasn't thinking that.
Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like.
What? Attack? Who are you going to attack?
Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think.
Alright. Come back with the bow and arrow thing later, I dare.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly have a deep, significant connection.
Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once.
Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could have been one of those novel alternatives?
Why, what do you mean?
An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? We demonstrated that the fourth book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated from in Mr. Garadeb's room on the top floor of his house. Oh, yeah, you know what? Yeah, honestly, I could see this whole thing being an accident. Again. Maybe she accidentally threw a knife and it stabbed her in the back. Because she bent down, she probably bent down to pick up the book, and then she threw the knife. Which is really unsafe. Like, good lord, man. If you're gonna, like, throw objects, at least throw objects that won't stab a person. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have been found its way from the Garrideb household to the street below. Eh, what's that now? After all, Miss Garrideb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, Judge number 4?
What are you insinuating now, you little bling bling?
I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she had a feeling this might be what happened.
Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala.
Gala? It's a bird. It's a bird. There's a bird in my home. Bird up! Bird, bird, bird!
As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us a yarn for some other object making its way house. But what? What is it?
I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least, this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from Mr. Garrideb's household to the scene of the crime is...
Take that!
Juror number 4, Mrs. Garrideb.
What now?
I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Oh, shit. Well, there it is. She confirmed it.
Good Lord, Counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged in the victim's back, man.
My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garrideb was hurling anything she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, in which a book sailed to land at the crime scene.
You can't seriously believe that. The book was found in the victim's grasp.
Are you saying that it just flew out of the window across the street and landed neatly in a hand? Even my missus has got a name like that. Yes, I admit, there are many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why we must not allow this trial to end. Not right now.
Oh my.
Oh,
Mrs. Garrideb, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not?
Oh, Ow!
Call a medic!
My lord. I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all.
Thank you, madame. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now, with so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman, I have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it, mind. Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. All together now, ladies and gents. Bam, 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 bam!
Wah, wah, wah.
We did it! Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo.
As a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty against 4 who now call innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided, and the trial will continue.
Yeah!
Now then, Lord Van Zykes, how does the prosecution wish to proceed?
Let me pour a little bit of ginger ale, and I'm going to pick it up. This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. Toss this shit. But what follows is so repugnant, it's good for nothing it's good for nothing save the gutter. If I may, Lord Van Zykes, the defense was just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Varman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond. But let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourselves better with the relative positions of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? What's this angle this time? It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garrett household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Garrett house to the scene is some, 15 yards. Let me see, 15 yards. That's a mere 14 meters. 14 meters? Ooh, that's a little farther than I imagined. And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having portentous significance, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book, wantonly hurled by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards, to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow the near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. There's nothing I can say to that. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice.
Mr. Sato, serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he?
Maybe let's pick our battles here.
My lord, might I be allowed to speak?
As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense, yes? Go ahead.
The prosecution may consider the idea fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Miss Joan Garrett, must be called to testify and submit to the cross-examination.
Saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror? Order! It's unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
This shit out of the way. And unnecessary.
Lord Van Zykes!
There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further examine. If they learned friend's farcical theory has any truth in it, then both the burning book and the jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we have to assume that they have been able to testify accordingly.
What say you, witnesses?
Yes, sir. Constable Rowley Beats, reporting for duty, sir. Well, good morning, officer. Sorry for dozing off now, sir. I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared by Beats, sir.
Oh, they are so heroic, these London bobbies.
Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more.
Oh, Rolly, my hero, you make me swoon.
Gag me with a fucking spoon.
Very well, I hereby reject the defense's request
Oh,
and order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events.
yes, sir. This case has nothing to do with... Anyways, this case has nothing to do with Mr. or Mrs. Garrett. Believe me, a London bobby is known for his word. You see, sir, the windows of the top floor of Garrett's house are top-hinged casements.
Obviously, if anything had been thrown out the window, they would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
I didn't take my eye off the scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report in front of that, on that front, sir.
Well, this is quite startling.
Top-hinged casement windows. That detail was not in the police report, Constable. Yes, sorry about that. Must have been a little drowsy. You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable. No, sir. I'm sorry, but what exactly is a top-hinged casement window? And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. Of course, sorry.
I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's room.
Alright, I'll try. Yummers.
So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. But it's a top-hinged casement window. It opens... what? It swings open along the upper edge, you see.
Okay. That would be a little difficult to throw something out. I'm glad you rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay. A metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain point. It prevents its opening? That's all news to me. Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife would have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below.
No.
You see problem then. Good. Your education in Windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either the book or knife traveling 15 yards over the road.
Okay, then what is your explanation of why the bitch had a fucking burnt book then? Specifically his burnt book. There's no explanation for that.
I mean, you make a fair argument that, like, I don't know, maybe she didn't, like, fucking throw it across the street, but... what the fuck? That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already.
That can't be. You know, what's her face never actually. You know, the fucking maid bitch never answered the question of if she recognized the knife or not.
You see that, Rolly? The young Japanese man just collapsed in agony.
Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me.
Oh, Rolly, you're so strong.
Can you guys stop? How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed.
Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination.
My lord. Good, another desperate situation. I feel like literally every situation is a desperate situation in this fucking game.
Hold it!
By which you mean they don't fully open. They don't open fully, is that correct?
Yes, sir. They are just there to allow for a bit of air through the house, you see.
So they are restricted to how they open. And therefore anything thrown at the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall into the street below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here is the location where objects would have fallen.
Yes. Directly opposite of the scene of the crime. On the other side of the wide road.
It'd be so hard for somebody to mention this top casement thing before. Well, I have another question for you, Constable.
And what would that be, sir?
How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's house is furnished with?
Ah, well, sir,
That's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation since yesterday.
Excuse me.
What are you gooning for? Do you have something to add, Miss Bate? Beat?
sorry.
You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that?
Oh, I was just remembering, that's all. We really were so lucky.
Lucky? What do you mean?
Well, of course, I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's Beat. It was so close, you see.
Oh, I hadn't realized.
Oh, yes, that street, Briar Road. That's the boundary between Rolly's Beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love?
He's passed out, yes. Constable Beat!
Oh, yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of Yaradib household yesterday. Their house was on my beat, you see, sir.
I really was cutting it close then. Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. Look at that 60-watch streak. If Garrett's household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well?
Outside.
What's going on with my phone? Okay, there we go.
Outside Mr. Garrett's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on the side of the road is my part of the beat.
I see. I was unaware of that.
Just think, if the woman had had been attacked on the other side of Briar Road, we would have never been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But it's the life of a Bobby after all.
Extraordinary people are Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners.
Do you know what I think? I think that it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all of his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling? That must be it. Pat, my love, that must be it.
I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record.
Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it. It's not my turn, I think. My turn.
Hold on, I gotta fucking reset something on my phone. Okay, there we go. Alright, we're good.
Objection!
That was a joke. It was a prank. We were just fooling you.
Hold it!
But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark.
Hey, but Rolly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky, looking at our lucky star.
Sorry?
The star that that will guide us to eternal happiness.
Can't it guide you to the answer to answer the question?
If a flaming hot book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star. And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. If it Rolly being Inspector, I would have said 3 times at least. Of course, with the smog and everything, couldn't actually see any stars. In short, are you saying that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you? Yes, sir. That is correct, sir. As sure as the night sky is, the London is starless, sir.
Certainly seems like they're telling the truth.
And then we saw the poor woman fall on the ground, so we ran to help her.
Hold it!
Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right?
That's right, yes. If it had been on Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course.
Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat.
So Rolly told me the way. Only I got sort of lost on the way.
Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. That's an interesting trait to be bewitched upon.
Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly.
Oh, please.
I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. Like I said, my roller was on the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed.
I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, sir. I didn't take my eyes off it for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Hold it!
Nothing to report? That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I swear that on my odds honor, sir. Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir? Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me. This burnt copy of Lion's Pride was originally in the Garadeb's household. So the question remains, how did it find itself in the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Aha! Would have been a different copy, sir. One that just happened to be burnt as well. Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the crime. That's so. There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. Two mysteries of how the knife ended up in her back and how the book ended up in her hand. Must be a common thread between them. Okay, blah blah blah. We fucking have all this shit. We don't care.
Objection!
I'm trying to think here.
Objection!
Fuck! I don't know, man. I don't smell anything.
Hold it!
How can you say that for certain? A very good question, Sal. And the question is this. The noble founding principles of the force written on it to remind to all of us policemen of our sworn duty. He showed that before, didn't he? Did he? Can't say I remember. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. That's what the job's all about. And that is why I stand here today, being beside my long-suffering wife, and tell you the Bobby's good of his word, while rubbing my tired eyes admittedly. Sir!
you're so manly.
Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Stop.
No, none of this is what I meant. I can be for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett.
Ah, I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir.
Yes, well, could you answer the question? Waste of time.
Absolutely, sir. I will answer to my fullest ability, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's domestic disputes can't be related to this case. But before I get into that, sir, just one thing.
Yes?
I'd very much like you and your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles.
I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here.
So, to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears.
Thank you, I'll try. What? Hold on, let me fucking read your stupid fucking warrant card. Oh, good lord, there's a whole fucking 2 pages. Ah, so much reading material. Okay, principles of policing. Item 1. A policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. Item 2. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. What, like, people within his beat would, like, get to know him or something? I mean, that's cute. Okay, so that's the principles of policing, and then this is the Metropolitan Police Regulations. 1. Any crime fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. 2. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Okay.
Can I ask you something, please, Mr. Lawyer, sir?
Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell.
What? I wasn't really, I mean, what's she doing?
Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see me as a wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am.
I really don't recall ever suggesting that I doubt it.
No excuses. I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, will you let me speak? You'll let me speak, won't you?
Yes, Miss Beat, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one.
That was a very loud mutter.
I heard that. That Japanese man thinks a policewoman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he?
I didn't.
Now watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't.
Duly noted, Miss B. Please, I humbly ask you to continue. What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder?
You know what I saw? My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though.
Hold it!
Miss B, nobody is questioning what you told us.
I saw it, I did. That evening I saw it clearly. That little East End man with the whiskers and the funny curved back sneaking away from the scene. I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky.
All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction.
Oh, yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I've always ended up in the wrong places when I've made arrangements to meet Rolly. He does get cross.
Excuse me.
Excuse me, let's see where this leads. This is the stupidest fucking shit. Constable Beat, is there a problem?
No, sir. No problem, sir.
Did your wife's remarks somehow bring something to mind, perhaps?
Oh, well, in a way, sir, yes, sir. I was just remembering the same thing that happened that evening, is all.
You mean Miss Beat lost her way on the night of the incident?
Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over to from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back in 10 minutes, but my darling has been gone for good 15.
Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease. But the reason I was gone so long was because of the
Is it bouquet? Is it bouquet or is it I think it's bouquet. It is bouquet. Okay. I knew I wasn't being dumb. The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about?
Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rolly's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies he found in the gutter while he was doing his rounds.
I don't think he's... I don't know about that. Yes. How romantic.
I'd forgotten all about it until just now. How'd you, my darling?
Ah! Ah! Oh, yes. But that was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise.
Really? Oh.
What was that all about? Constable Beat looked obviously troubled during that exchange. I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Miss Beat about the bouquet. Miss Beat, this bouquet that you just mentioned, I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please.
Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to.
His eyes just like cringe.
What happened was, I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
Hold it!
I mean, you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime.
Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When I ran over and saw the woman with the knife in the back, I was so shocked. I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot where the street lights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice it at first.
And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on.
Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing is, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
In case you need reminding, Mrs. Beat, the victim is not deceased.
It was all flustering for a moment before I heard a voice calling the name from the other side of the road.
Your husband, presumably.
That's right, silly me, I've gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although, I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think of how I got there, I really can't.
So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of the Briar Road to the opposite.
Curious indeed.
Yes, it is. But the worst of it, I forgot to pick up the bouquet up again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Rolly bought me, with the change from the guy he spent so long collecting.
by bouquet, do you perhaps mean the sorry solitary rose?
Oh, yes, that's it. That's the bouquet Rolly brought me for our anniversary, with all bits of change he found in the gutter.
Maybe just call it a rose.
Tell us, Lord Van Zykes, where did you come by that flower?
According to the report of the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garadeb household. In front of Garadeb's house? Although, it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case, since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare.
Oh, thank you, sir. Could I have it back now, please?
No, I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence.
Oh,
Poor girl.
it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back!
Good grief! Rest assured that I shall do my very best to not forget Miss Beat.
I guess let's look at this fucking rose. It's a rose. And it's in good condition too. Even though it was dropped. An English rose. It's such a beautiful flower. Ah, this is a rose, is it? Never seen one before. Do you not take an interest in flowers, Mr. Melvin? I wouldn't say that exactly, but I do know 3 types at least. Gosh, 3? Yes. Plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom. Okay. Perhaps you should consider branching out? Learning some that aren't fruit tree based, perhaps, for example? It's a very stylish paper the flower's wrapped in, isn't it? It's just an old newspaper, Mr. Naruto. Wow. I suppose it's because I'm not used to seeing old English print. It looks so exotic to me. Ah, I see. Something wrong? Oh, no. I was just thinking that if you wrapped a stone-baked sweet potato in an English newspaper, it might not look like it might look like some sort of fancy cake. Ah, Shisato-san, you do love your cakes. Your cake. Everybody. Uh-huh. Well, that's all we can find, apparently.
Objection!
I knew it. You claim, Constable Beat, that there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be.
What do you mean to say? Are you talking that mad shit?
In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
Yes, on the opposite side of the Briar Road, to where the victim was attacked. But considering the side of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry blossom can be so described. No doubt it was blown by the wind across the street back to the gutter where it belongs.
Objection!
But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact?
No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore that on Scotland Yard's honor.
But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure.
No, because sadly, it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case was mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garrideb's book. When Mr. Garrideb's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out the window by his wife, would have been struck. Wait, hold on, let me reread that. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mayor Garrideb's book. Mr. Garrideb's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out of the window by his wife, would have stuck to the pane of the casement window and landed here, on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here, on the opposite side of the road, in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime, on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here, on the opposite side of the road, in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless someone deliberately moved them.
What are you trying to say? The way you're talking makes it sound like my Rolly's done something wrong. Don't listen to a word this Granddaughter says. Whittering about books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is.
Oh good, Mrs. Garrideb's come around. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garrideb. But deliberately meddling with the scene of the crime is a criminal offense. It's called, tampering, Mr. Naruhodo. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it. For a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering? You've barely heard that term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who would have possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception as someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening? All the evidence and all the testimony that one particular person.
Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering the scene of the crime?
Your mother.
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person that could have been. Constable Rolly Beat. It was you!
What? A policeman? A member of the Scotland Yard?
What nonsense! Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. No Bobby works more time than his sleep for the people of London.
Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
Objection!
If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it.
Oh.
And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene.
Well,
Objection!
First, you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate the policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with, but there's only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something.
That's right. He's right. My husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would he even do anything to hide? Doesn't make any sense.
You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering, and until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Constable B had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair.
Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery?
Counsel, you have made a very serious accusations against the London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive of this arranged tampering.
Yes, my lord. Constable Bennett's motive for tampering the crime was to hide. Where the victim fell to the ground. That's what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs.
What? Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement on Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know.
And that's certainly what everyone has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What?
I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel.
If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place this evening?
Take that!
But that's...
On the opposite side of the road?
I don't understand.
On the evening in question, Mr. Garrideb's book fell directly down. I didn't read that. Mr. Garrideb's book fell directly down from the open window above. And your bouquet, Mrs. B, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself.
Good gracious!
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right, I saw it with my own eyes.
It was 5 o'clock in the evening and it was already dark. There was a typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid. I was actually on the west side of Briar Road.
No, that's not true.
It can't have been. Constable Beep then arranged you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. During the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved the things shown in this print, the victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road.
Extraordinary.
But the constable overlooked one thing.
What did he overlook?
The bouquet, I presume.
Exactly.
The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago that about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zyke said it wasn't noticed until this morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light.
Yes, it couldn't have been seen in the dark, obviously.
Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory of what really happened that evening. How do you respond, Constable Raleigh Beat?
Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important?
Oh, Raleigh. It isn't true, is it? What the lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know.
I had a dream. A terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed. Only it seems it wasn't a dream at all.
Good golly! Order, order, order! What on earth is the meaning of all this?
Oh, Raleigh. Why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it?
Wishing the victim dead should be one too.
Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respectable member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town.
I can't say, sir.
What?
I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation, for everything. I have a possible explanation. For why on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason.
What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman.
And yet, Lord Van Zyke, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence.
At once, my lord. England, Japan. It makes no difference where you come from, human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions.
What gives away the motive of Constable Beat's unthinkable actions?
I mean, I already know what it is. It's this bad boy.
Take that!
I realize I'm a foreigner in this land, and I have only just arrived from Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example.
Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly.
But for Constable Beat, that day in question was special.
Special? How?
On the account of this bouquet, my lord.
Oh, yes. It was our very first wedding anniversary.
Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife. and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal. When he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon the crime along Briar Road. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse to the pavement ahead of them. What must have gone through the man's mind? But sir, just on that particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot of being married to a bobby like me. I just wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend me. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives.
Aha!
Constable Beat. Is that, or is that not, the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes. Everything you said, it's all right. So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat.
Oh,
Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat.
Good gracious! Constable! Do you realize the gravity of what you have done?
It was the first time. Fucking hell. It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. I've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why'd it have to happen here? And why tonight of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is next beat to mine, Pat. You have to go to the police box to cover it. That covers it. Turn right along Meersham Street and then... My baby. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, Constable. I just wanted, just that one night, to take my Patricia out for dinner.
oh, Rolly.
Just that one night. You know, if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street, to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring Beat's care. You see, I thought
Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see. I beg your pardon.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement.
Ah, I see your meaning now.
But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat.
Oh no, Rolly, it's not my fault. I should have never dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly.
And can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total? Oh, 4 it was. Yes, sir, definitely 4. 3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Gyarados household, of course. But what made you place the book in the victim's hand? And all the other books were scattered haphazardly around it. Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. Oh, you found it. What do you mean? When we first ran to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So I just moved everything and made sure it was still in her hand. You're sure that this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding, that it was this book? Oh, yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir. Interesting. Womp womp. I thought it was an open-shut case at the time, you see. There were only 2 people at the scene of the crime, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you look at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who'd done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think of moving it at all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it. My lord?
Yes, Lord Van Zykes?
I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw. Yes, sir.
Mr. Prosecutor, sir.
What became of my Rolly? What happened to him? For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please, don't punish my husband. This is all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late.
Let's leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired.
All right then, my love.
One last thing, Constable. Sir? Let this be a lesson to you. In the criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. Yes, sir. Carve that lesson into your mind. And never again make this mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime. Never again, sir. You mean to say? Leave. Now. The trial is not over yet. Sir!
Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought the third party transplanting the entire crime scene entirety of a crime scene like that?
Yes, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is the only one who could possibly commit the crime. No, I disagree.
Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else, another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of the possibility already.
Lord Van Zykes, is this true?
Very well. Name the person if you will. If further investigation is warranted, the prosecution has no objection to the trial continue.
You will name the other person who could have perpetrated the crime.
Womp.
Take that!
The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord.
Once again.
My assistant made the same request earlier, in order to finally reveal the truth about this case. It's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Miss Joan Garridad.
Me? Me?
Objection!
That request has already been denied. But the situation is very different now. Miss Garridad, answer me this.
What do you want now, you little turd?
At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garridad. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited. And to clear the smoke of the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road.
Well, what of it?
You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open, hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know the true scene of the incident.
Yes. And as I said, what of it?
During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Miss Garridad. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before?
I don't recall it.
Seriously?
Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? Anyway, the man over there in all the regalia said members of the jury didn't testify, didn't he?
Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all, juror number 4.
Oh!
Make no mistake, your jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madame, let the truth come out.
But that's fine. That's just a common or garden knife. It could be from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know?
What's that? Are you joking?
What are you trying to say, please, Miss Garridad?
Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe these nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought of that injure someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it.
Oh, the poor woman.
So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence that you're going to insist it being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I was the one who threw it in the sink. Come along now, chop chop. Do you what?
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, if I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, juror.
Oh,
The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord Van Zykes. It's kind of surprising, honestly. He's kind of on our side. It's almost as if he's based. What the fuck? It's crazy.
Kiss the key.
I'm going to testify.
Juror number 4. As I'm sure you appreciate, having observed it with your own very eyes, witnesses' testimony can lead to most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware.
Oh, dearie me.
So I demanded your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garrett. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels?
Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord.
This is a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here, in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer.
Witness, state your name and occupation.
Oh, yes. My name is Joan Garrett. And I'm a juror and such like.
And even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore.
The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madame?
Yes, my lord.
You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth.
Oh, dearie me.
Shut up, Joni. There's nothing to worry about now.
Oh, I didn't know you were here, John.
Wasn't it you the other day that... in the room that day, old thing, was it? Wasn't only you in that room that day, old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you?
But what about your knee, dear?
Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone.
Oh, John.
I presume you are not Mr. John Garrett.
Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th
Northumberland Frusiers, sir. I'm not even sure if I said half those words right.
Seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were.
The quiet life. Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question?
Well, yeah. Quite.
I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events of in your home at the time and the incident in question.
So at once.
Guess what, bitches? We're calling it. Yeah, fuck you guys. We're doing this tomorrow. I'm fucking tired. I'm tired and my voice fucking hurts. We're doing this for 4 hours, so it makes sense. Anyways. Yeah, I know, my poor little Pookie Bear doesn't get to see the end of it. A raid draft? Is he strumming? I mean, I can. Oh, she's done. Oh, well. Way to cuck me. Alright, well, that's fine. Thank you guys so much for coming by. I appreciate it. Tomorrow we will finish this case.
and yeah, we'll finish the case tomorrow, and then we'll go on to the next one. So I will see you guys tomorrow, and you guys have a good rest of your night. Bye-bye.